The hour of 11 a.m. having arrived, the House will come to order. Members, please take your seats. Sergeants at arms, please close the doors of the House. Prayer today will be offered by our colleague, Representative Fleming. Immediately after prayer, we will recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Members and guests, please rise as able.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Please bow your heads. Dear Lord, thank you for the blessings you have bestowed upon myself and my colleagues. We come to you today asking for wisdom and strength for the awesome responsibility you have given us as we engage in the practice of representative democracy. Please be with us, Lord, as we heed your call to serve with faithfulness and humility. As we do our work today, and throughout this budget session, we are reminded of your scripture in Proverbs 14:14, which tells us that the faithless will be fully repaid for their ways and the good rewarded for theirs. Father God, we ask that you center us and make sure we are grounded enough to keep the focus on others instead of ourselves, particularly those who are struggling financially and looking for a way out when churches, food banks, and other local resources can only go so far. Let us take your wisdom to heart, Lord, in Proverbs 14:31, when you share that whoever oppresses the poor shows contempt for their maker, but whoever is kind to the needy honors God. Lord, we ask you to help us remain focused on helping those who are most vulnerable, children, older adults, those who are sick and need your healing hand, and those who are still in the midst of grief. Finally, I'll close with a verse from one of my favorite gospel hymns. When Christ shall come with shouts of acclamation and take me home, what joy shall fill my heart. Then I shall bow in humble adoration and then proclaim, my God, how great thou art. In the name of your Son, Jesus Christ, I pray. Amen. I pledge allegiance.
Sergeant at Arms will open the doors of the House. Members and guests, please take your seats. Without objection, the approval of the Journal of Monday, May the 12th, 2025, will be postponed until printed. Colleagues, please take your seats. Colleagues, please take your seats. We have some special guests that have come to join us today. Colleagues, please take your seats. It's with great joy that we welcome back, for the first time since her retirement, the family and friends of our good friend, Cindy Barger. She recently retired from the Pennsylvania House Democratic Caucus, and we are celebrating today her retirement. She has with her her husband, Bob, her sons, Evan and Jonathan, and their wives, Kristen and Cassandra. We have her daughters, Ellen and Adrian, and her 4 grandchildren. Cindy began her career here with the caucus in 1986. She stayed steady until 1994. She went home to be with her family and raise her children, and she came back in 2005 and just retired this month of May. She has had the privilege of working through so many historical phases in this building. She worked with Speaker K. Leroy Irvis. She was here working with her camera for the bicentennial of our Constitution. She was here with her camera on the 100th anniversary of the Battle of Gettysburg, and so many others. During her retirement, she will continue to carry around her camera and enjoy photography. She looks forward to traveling without any sort of vacation days required anymore. She'll be going to national parks, to the Grand Canyon in just a few weeks. She will be going to her favorite places in Florida, back and forth to the beach, and lots of good time with her grandchildren, and becoming very active in the Ovarian Cancer Coalition. And the chair lets Cindy know on voting days, if she ever is bored, to do the proper paperwork to come back as an annuitant. Friends, let's welcome, for the first time since her retirement, the lovely family of Cindy Barger and our friend Cindy. Please stand. Welcome. The chair said it a few weeks ago, somehow, in spite of all our flaws, Cindy was able to put us all in the best light. Thank you for your diligence, your dedication, and for working with our caucus for 25 years. Thank you, Cindy. We have some special guests. We'll go to the gallery as other guests get seated in the rear of the House. In the gallery this morning, our colleague that serves Montgomery County, Representative Sanchez, has Dr. Jonathan Perry, the president and the chief advocate at Manor College in his district in Jenkintown. And we also have Tom Foley, good friend of the chair, who's the president of the Association of Independent Colleges and Universities here in Pennsylvania. Foley was previously the Pennsylvania Secretary of Labor and Industry. He's a former college president and the former leader of two of the largest volunteer nonprofits here in Pennsylvania, the United Way and the Red Cross. With these guests of Representative Sanchez, please stand. Welcome to the floor of the House. That serves Delaware and Chester counties, Representative Williams, has some fourth graders here. We are so excited to welcome the fourth graders from the St. Thomas of the Apostle. They are touring the Capitol today. Fourth graders from St. Thomas, please stand. Welcome to the floor of the House. Representative Flick has some special guests from Loyalsock Township High School. The girls basketball team is here this morning. The girls basketball team in the last season earned their 30th victory, and Coach Curtis Jacobson is here, who earned his 199th win in his 9 years at the school. The Lady Lancers are the first girls basketball team in Lycoming County to win a PIAA state championship. Lady Lions, congratulations, please stand. We're so proud of you. Representative McAndrews has some special guests from Allegheny County this morning. The Penn Hill School District students are shadowing him today to learn about the legislative process. Penn Hill students in the gallery, welcome to the floor of the House. Please stand. Representative Nelson has in the gallery the Ben Francis. He's a junior at Hempfield High School. Ben will soon be attending Duquesne University, and he will be majoring in political science. Ben is here with his dad, Alfred, his mother, Kimberly, and his sisters, Abigail and Alexis. They are here from Westmoreland. With this family, please stand. Welcome to the floor of the House. In the back of the House, we have some very special guests. Our colleague that serves Allegheny County, Representative Salisbury, has the Pennsylvania School for the Deaf from Western Pennsylvania. Instead of clapping, I ask all of our colleagues to do an ASL salute clap, where you shake your hands and wrists. Let's welcome these students. We are so glad to have you this morning. Also in the back of the house, our colleagues that serve Montgomery County, Representatives Shuren and Malagary, have the Arrowhead newspaper from Souderton High School students here. This is a student-run newspaper, and they recently were acknowledged for their hard work with the Clyde Little Keystone All-State Award as the best student newspaper all across Pennsylvania. Arrowhead newspaper students, thank you for your hard work in writing and documenting. Please stand so we can acknowledge you. Congratulations on your award. Our colleague, Representative Malagary, also has Pamela and Jeremy Roma in the back of the house. In 2019, the Roma family became aware of a rare genetic disease called neurofibromatosis. That year, their daughter was diagnosed with it. After being personally affected with this disease, they have been going around the state advocating for change and raising awareness. With the family, the Roma family, please stand. Thank you for bringing your voices to the Capitol today. Our colleague that serves Philadelphia, Representative Solomon, has some folks here from the American Red Cross this morning. We have the American Red Cross of Greater Pennsylvania. They serve 8.7 million of our neighbors in 61 counties, and that includes 33,000 square miles. They help prepare for, respond to, and recover from disasters of all types. American Red Cross, please stand. Thank you all for your service across Pennsylvania. Are there requests for leaves of absence? The chair recognizes the majority whip, who indicates there are none. The chair recognizes the minority whip, who indicates there are none. The chair is about to take the master roll call. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. 203 members having voted on the master roll call, a quorum is present. The chair referred the following bills, which the clerk will now read.
Referrals, May 13, 2025. House Bill 1447, House Bill 1448, both to education. House Resolution 235 and House Bill 1442, both to health. House Bill 1443, House Bill 1449, both to judiciary. And House Bill 1446, to local government.
The chair recognizes Representative Kulik, Chair of the Committee on Game and Fisheries, who reports the following bills. House Bill 800, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 968, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill? It's agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Deasy, Chair of the Committee on Liquor Control, who reports the following bills. House Bill 559. Reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 1173. Reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Hill Evans, Chair of the Committee on State Government, who reports the following bills. House Bill 280, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 553, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 784, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 862, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill it is agreed to? House Bill 1018, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill it's agreed to? House Bill 1084, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill it's agreed to? House Bill 1348, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill it's agreed to? House Bill 1428, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill it is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Hill Evans, Chair of the Committee on State Government, who reports the following resolutions. H.R. 230, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? H.R. 231, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Williams, Chair of the Committee on Human Services, who reports the following bills. House Bill 1429, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Our colleague that serves Allegheny County, Representative Mihalik, has members of her legislative district office team in the gallery this morning. We have Claudia Huber, Jerron Oakley, and Jim Scott. Please stand. Thank you for your hard work back home. Welcome to the floor of the House. Representative Kerwin has some special guests in the gallery. The Upper Dauphin Area Archery Team, the winners of the 2024 Pennsylvania NASP Bullseye State Tournament, is here. They are a group of middle and high school students who were ranked #1 in archery in the school's program and won the state championship. Upper Dauphin area students, please stand. Congratulations on your big win. From Allegheny County, we have now in the gallery the students from the Penn Hills School District who are shadowing Representative McAndrews. With the Penn Hills students, please stand. Welcome to the floor of the House. Colleagues, our final guests have arrived in the gallery. Our final guests have arrived in the gallery. The House will come to order. Our colleague that serves Bucks County has some members of the Central Bucks School Board here. Representative Brennan, Central Bucks, could you please stand? Our colleagues that serve Delaware County, my good neighbors and friends, Representative Deloso and Boyd, have some students from Academy Park back here. Academy Park students, please stand. Welcome to the floor of the House. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Beaver, Majority Caucus Chair, for a caucus announcement. Representative Matzey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Democrats will caucus at 1 p.m. House Democrats will caucus at 1 p.m. We will be prepared to return to the floor at 2 p.m. 2 p.m. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Philadelphia, Minority Caucus Chair, Representative White, for a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Republicans will caucus at 1 p.m. and plan to return to the floor at 2 p.m. Again, Republicans will caucus at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lackawanna, Representative Mullins, for a committee announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Appropriations Committee will be meeting immediately upon the break in the Majority Caucus Room. All members of the Appropriations Committee, please report to the Majority Caucus Room immediately. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The House will stand in recess until 2 p.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker.
The hour of 2 o'clock having arrived, House will come to order. Chair recognizes Representative Jordan A. Harris, Chair of the Committee on Appropriations, who reports the following bills. House Bill 67, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 79, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 309, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 721, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 1030, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 1263, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 1396, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. Chair referred to following bills, which clerk will read.
Referrals, May 13, 2025. Senate Bill 341, Senate Bill 349, Environmental and Natural Resource Protection. House Bill 1453 to Finance. House Bill 1460 to Health. Senate Bill 226, Senate Bill 227, Senate Bill 367, those three to Intergovernmental Affairs and Operations. House Bill 1454, Senate Bill 327 to Judiciary. House Bill 1451, Liquor Control. House Resolution 236 to Rules. And House Bill 1452 to Veterans Affairs and Emergency Preparedness.
Chair recognizes the Majority Leader, who calls up House Resolution 212, printers number 1524 on page 8 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution recognizing the week of May 18th through May 24th, 2025 as Public Works Week in Pennsylvania, introduced by Representative Brennan.
Will the House agree to the resolution? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Bucks, Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have comments I'd like to submit for the record. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the resolution vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On the resolution, the ayes are 200, the nays are 3. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader, who calls up House Resolution 225, printers number 1572, on page 9 of today's House calendar. Will the House agree to the resolution? Those in favor of the resolution will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Strike that. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Clinton, Representative Borowitz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a shame that Democrats would take House Resolution 225.
Gentlelady will suspend. The gentlelady will not disparage a recognized group of this chamber and will take her seat. The chair recognizes the gentleman, Mr. Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll do my best to keep my remarks short today, but I'm off the clock. Or I am on the clock. Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to pick up where I left off yesterday. Today, we celebrate Cancer Action Day in Pennsylvania. There are many statistics that I could recite at this time, but I think it's just best put in simple terms. Everyone knows someone who has had, or will have cancer. I know everyone in this room does because we are fortunate enough to be, we serve alongside cancer survivors who are members of this august body. I'm going to submit my remarks for the record today, Mr. Chair, but I just wanted to remind my friends that we have a choice. We have a choice to act. we can choose to act. And as we discussed yesterday, we have the ability in our Commonwealth to change the course of this disease for so many families. Whether it's investing in cancer research, putting caps on out-of-pocket costs, or making screenings more accessible are just some of the things that we have the ability to do. So today, we celebrate Cancer Action Day. Let this be a day where we collectively honor all of those whose lives have been impacted by cancer, but let this also be a day when we answer the call to action and end cancer as we know it in the Commonwealth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the resolution vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. All the members voted. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? First. Clerk will record the vote. On the resolution, the ayes are 166, the nays 37. The resolution is adopted. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 359, printers number 1582 on page 2 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill expands eligible projects for tax increment financing districts.
Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 393, printers number 0358 on page 3 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill amends the second-class township code to increase the annual statutory limitation for fire services and emergency services special purpose taxes.
Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 646, printers number 0655 on page 3 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill amends Title 75 to provide for prohibiting use of hearing impairment devices.
Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Resolution 137, printers number 1067 on page 6 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution recognizing May 17, 2025 as World Neurofibromatosis Awareness Day in Pennsylvania, introduced by Representative Malagari.
Will the House agree to the resolution? On that question, the chair recognizes the prime sponsor of the resolution, the gentleman from Montgomery, Representative Malagari.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr.
Gentlemen
Speaker.
will suspend.
Sure.
Will the House come to order, please? Gentleman deserves to be heard. Gentleman may proceed. Apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of House Resolution 137. This designates May 17th of 2025 as World Neurofibromatosis Awareness Day in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. This resolution is more than just a symbolic gesture. It's a commitment to the thousands of Pennsylvanians affected by neurofibromatosis and a call to action for increased awareness and research and support. Neurofibromatosis is a group of genetic disorders that cause tumors to form on nerve tissue. These tumors can develop anywhere in the nervous system, including the brain, spinal cord, and nerves. And the most common type, NF1 and NF2, and schwannomatosis, vary in severity and can lead to complications such as hearing loss, learning disabilities, bone deformities, and chronic pain. Despite its prevalence, NF remains relatively unknown to the general public, leading to delays in diagnosis and a lack of adequate support for those affected. So by recognizing World Neurofibromatosis Awareness Day here in Pennsylvania, we aim to increase public awareness, educating our communities about NF and how it can lead to earlier diagnoses and better outcomes for patients, and support research efforts and highlighting the need for research that can drive funding and innovation towards effective treatments and ultimately a cure, and encourage compassion and inclusion. Understanding the challenges faced by those with NF fosters a more inclusive and supportive society. Today is really special. It's extra special today because we have with us from my district and fierce advocates for the Children's Tumor Foundation and for neurofibromatosis, the Roma family in the gallery up above from Hatfield, Pennsylvania. They were honored earlier today on the floor. Jeremy and Pamela Roma, whose daughter Emily was diagnosed with NF, and because of that diagnosis, they found out that Pamela is a carrier for NF, also with it. This kick-started their advocacy in bringing awareness and eventually a hopeful cure. And to the Roma family, I want to say this: thank you for your leadership and thank you for your advocacy. I ask that we stand together in solidarity with them and with those affected by the neurofibromatosis disease by passing House Resolution 137. We affirm our dedication to raising awareness, supporting research, and improving the lives of countless individuals and families across our Commonwealth. Thank you, and I urge a yes vote to all members. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? All the members voted. Clerk will record the vote on the resolution. The ayes are 201, the nays are 2. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 561, printer's number 1297 on page 2 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill amends Title 61 to provide for county participation requirements.
Will the House agree to the bill? The chair rules the following amendments out of order for violating House Rule 20. Amendment A00626, Amendment A00628, Amendment A00695. Representative Heffley offers Amendment A00649. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Carbon, Representative Heffley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My amendment A00649 is an agreed-to amendment that requires PCCD to prioritize grant applications that requests non-narcotic medication-assisted treatment and requires PCCD to make all reasonable efforts to distribute the funds in a timely manner. House Bill 561 amends the existing program, Act 80 of 2015, which created a grant program with non-narcotic medication-assisted treatment. I sought this amendment to ensure that we continue to fund non-narcotic medications in line with the program's original purpose and address alcohol use disorder. I appreciate working with the bill's sponsor, staff, and other interested stakeholders to develop this amendment and ask for an affirmative vote.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, Chair recognizes prime sponsor of the legislation, Gentlelady from Monroe. Chair Madden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is an agreed-to amendment, and I urge support for this amendment and want to thank my colleague from Carbon County for working collaboratively with me and the administration to preserve the original intent of the grant program while giving counties the flexibility they've requested to offer treatment programs that are responsive to the needs of the inmate populations. I encourage a yes vote. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 203, the nays are 0. The amendment is agreed to. Chair's understanding that Amendment A00380 offered by Representative Heffley has been withdrawn. Chair thanks the gentleman. Representative Dan Williams offers Amendment A00612. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment removes the Medicaid-related provisions that are necessary for the administration of this grant program. This is an agreed-to amendment. I'd ask the members for an affirmative vote. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, the chair recognizes the Majority Chair of Aging, the gentlelady, Representative Madden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the Chair of Human Services for working with me on this bill, and this is an agreed-to amendment, and I ask for an affirmative vote. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 203, the nays are 0. The amendment is agreed to. For what purposes, the gentleman, Representative Kephart, rise?
For the purpose of a motion.
Gentleman is in order and may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to appeal the ruling of the chair on Amendment 00628.
Gentleman is in order and may proceed. Representative Kephart appeals the ruling of the chair that Amendment A00628 violates Rule 20. The gentleman now may proceed. Take that back. Strike that. I apologize. I had one more sentence to read. House Rule 20 provides that no bill shall be passed containing more than one subject. The subject of House Bill 561 provides for medication-assisted substance abuse treatment. Amendment A00628 adds a second subject to the bill by prohibiting the closure of the Queehana Boot Camp for a period not less than 10 years. Shall the decision of the chair stand as the judgment of the House? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Clearfield, Representative Kephart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I respectfully appeal the ruling of the chair. Mr. Speaker, Cohana is the original location of the state drug treatment program in Pennsylvania. This amendment merely expands the programs of the underlying bill to the Cohana Boot Camp and ensures that the facility will remain open to ensure Cohana can carry out the programs within this legislation. I respectfully ask that this amendment be ruled in order.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, the chair recognizes the minority leader, the gentleman from Bedford, Representative Topper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would concur. I do not believe that this violates the single subject clause and would ask the members to support the gentleman from Clearfield's ruling to appeal the chair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks you, gentlemen. A reminder to the member, those in favor of sustaining the chair's decision will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. The yeas are 102, the nays 101. Less than a majority of the members elected having voted in the negative, the decision of the chair stands as the judgment of the House. For what purpose does the gentleman from Clearfield, Representative Kephart, rise?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to make a motion.
Gentleman is in order and may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to appeal the ruling of the chair on Amendment 00695.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Representative Kephart appeals the ruling of the chair that Amendment A00695 violates Rule 20. House Rule 20 provides that no bill shall be passed containing more than one subject. The subject of House Bill 561 provides for medication-assisted substance abuse treatment. Amendment A00695 adds a second subject to the bill by prohibiting the closure of the Rockville State Correctional Institution for a period not less than 10 years. Shall the decision of the chair stand as the judgment of the House? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Clearfield, Representative Kephart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I respectfully appeal the ruling of the chair. Mr. Speaker, this amendment expands the programs of the underlying bill to Rockview Prison in Center County and ensures the facility remains open to carry out the programs within this legislation. I respectfully appeal the ruling of the chair.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of sustaining the chair's decision will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. The yeas are 102, the nays 101. Less than a majority of the members elected having voted in the negative, the decision of the chair stands as the judgment of the House. House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The bill as amended will be reprinted. Chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 865, printer's number 0890, on page 4 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill clarifies that the Military Family Education Program is renewable benefit to be earned for each 6-year commitment to service in the Pennsylvania National Guard.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Craig Williams offers Amendment A00215. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the maker of the bill for including me in this effort. We'll talk more about that tomorrow on third, but today I offer to you a technical amendment that makes a word choice change to make clear that beneficiaries of this program, predominantly family members of our National Guard, makes clear that they can't double dip into the program, and I ask for an affirmative vote.
Chair thanks the gentleman, recognizes the gentleman from Allegheny, Representative Venkat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an agreed-to amendment, and I urge an affirmative vote.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 203, the nays are 0. The amendment is agreed to. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The bill as amended will be reprinted. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 67, printer's number 0055 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill ensures residents who live in a condominium, co-op, or planned community the right to dry their clothes outside.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the ayes and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will strike the vote. On the question, the chair recognizes the prime sponsor of the legislation, Representative Borowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I apologize for being late getting to the floor. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on House Bill 67. Right after I assumed this role, a member of the community came to me asking for help. The HOA, which oversaw her neighborhood, would not allow her to put up a clothesline in her backyard to dry her clothes. I had no idea this was something an HOA could regulate. In the course of working on this legislation, I learned that there are currently 19 states which have right to dry laws that allow residents to dry their clothes outside. Amidst growing concern about wasteful energy use, this traditional method of drying laundry is not only cheaper, but better for the environment. Working with the Community Associations Institute of Pennsylvania, the association which represents HOAs, we developed legislation which will ensure that residents of condos, cooperatives, or planned communities have the option to dry their clothes outside using the sun, ensure that HOAs or similar groups may not ban clotheslines or drying racks, but there are limits they can impose, which include only allowing them in backyards or shielded areas to protect the beauty of a community. It also allows them to adopt reasonable safety rules to address unique features of the community. It is simple legislation with big impact. I'd like to thank Chair Markosik and members of the Housing Committee staff, former Housing ED Tim Scott, along with Tony Campisi and the Community Associations Institute of Pennsylvania for their help with this legislation, and humbly ask my colleagues for their affirmative vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the final passage of the bill. The yeas are 128, the nays 75, the majority required by the Constitution. Having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence.
Chair recognizes Majority Leader calls up House Bill 79, printers number 1326, page 1 of supplemental calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill creates the Medical Debt Relief Program.
This bill's been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the bill, gentleman from Allegheny, Representative Venkat.
Madam Speaker, I know that my other co-prime sponsors are going to be making remarks, so I will submit my remarks for the record.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Lackawanna, Representative Kozarowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Many of you in this room know I am a registered nurse, and working here in Pennsylvania over the last 28 years, I've worked in areas from bedside to surgery. And during that time, I've encountered many families that have experienced devastating health care issues that too often lead to medical bills beyond their means, sometimes exceeding $1 million. Now, as a state legislator, I see these tragic issues hitting even more families, leaving them to declare bankruptcy or selling their homes to satisfy this growing cost of medical care. When my own son was diagnosed with childhood leukemia, the last thing I wanted to worry about was the stress over medical costs. No family in Pennsylvania should ever need to think twice before seeking care for chronic or other serious conditions for fear of going into medical debt. We must do whatever we can at the state level to ensure that families don't need to choose between going to their doctor or putting food on their table or buying clothes for their children. My colleagues and I have introduced legislation, House Bill 79, and if passed by the Senate, this will establish the Pennsylvania Medical Debt Repayment Program, a program that will target the medical debt of low-income Pennsylvanians that are or would otherwise drown financially. Every dollar spent on this program could eliminate over $100 in medical debt. It's hard to think of a better return on investment for taxpayers. The Pennsylvania Medical Debt Repayment Program would not only make health care more accessible, but would also provide a significant boost to our economy by giving families more money to spend. This program would also improve their finances of healthcare, the finances of healthcare institutions, and provide concentrated from urban centers to rural Pennsylvanians. Institutions that carry debt on their balance sheet the likelihood of them getting payment is less. Such debt affects their ability to deliver on the necessary mission of providing care to those most in need and results in having to raise prices for medical services and procedures for all Pennsylvanians in order to make up that financial shortfall. As Pennsylvanians, we should not have to drain their Pennsylvania should not have to drain their entire life savings just to receive quality health care. So I ask all of you in this House to vote yes on House Bill 79. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution. Oh, Chair recognizes the gentleman from Dauphin. Reminds him to hit his button after a bill goes over on third. Representative Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and given the opportunity to speak about cancer for the third time in 2 days on this floor, I will take the opportunity. I'd like to thank the prime sponsor of the legislation, the gentleman from Allegheny County, for championing this life-changing policy proposal. Medical debt is a uniquely American experience, but one that we should not be proud of. Too many individuals choose to forego treatment or screening simply because they cannot afford the bill. But for those who do seek necessary treatment, many are saddled with debt that will hang over their lives for years to come, simply because they chose to receive treatment. This is a sick and twisted bargain that even Faust would find the courage to reject. Madam Speaker, to me, the most disturbing pattern amongst those who take on medical or medical-related debt is that it is the patients who need the most care who suffer the most: cancer patients. Cancer patients are over 70% more likely than other individuals to experience the devastating consequences of medical debt, have bills in collections, and face tax liens or foreclosure. These patients are more than 3 times more likely to not pursue treatment. These patients receive the worst news of their lifetime, and on top of that are given the additional burden of financial disaster. And so, my friends, as we celebrate Cancer Action Day today, let us keep those neighbors in mind when we vote on this bill. Let us not take inspiration from the priest or the Levite, but instead let us draw our inspiration from the Samaritan. Let us meet our neighbors where they are. Let us see our neighbors and their struggles. Let us go to them, bandage their wounds, take them in, and take care of them, and let us show mercy to our neighbors. I ask my friends for an affirmative vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman on that question. Chair recognizes the gentleman from the Schuylkill, Representative Twardzik.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Although I am not a physician, I played one in Creed 2. So this expertise will come that medical debt is one of the most common forms of debt in the United States, with well over 1 million people in Pennsylvania having medical debt in collections. This places an overwhelming burden on individuals and families who are already dealing with life-altering health diagnoses. Navigating how to pay their medical bills is the last thing they should need to worry about. However, medical debt can be prevented before a patient even receives a medical bill. The vast majority of Pennsylvania hospitals are tax exempt and therefore required by federal law to offer free or discounted care to eligible patients. Unfortunately, many are unaware of the charity assistance that may be available to them, and that is exactly what House Bill 79 aims to fix. This bill is quite simple. It will ensure patients are notified of available hospital-based financial assistance and simplify the application process so patients can understand the existing programs designed to help them. By creating a more transparent, consistent, and streamlined approach, we can help protect our residents from the crushing effects of medical debt. This is not only a benefit to patients, but to health systems and insurance providers as well. I recognize this is only a small piece of the puzzle, but I believe it serves as a starting point in addressing the greater medical debt crisis we face. I want to thank the good gentleman from Allegheny County for his work on this issue, and with that, I ask my colleagues for an affirmative vote on House Bill 79. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair requests footage of the gentleman on the silver screen when it's appropriate to share. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 187, the nays are 16. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader, calls up House Bill 309, printer's number 1686, page 2 of supplemental calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill expands the medical license exemption for traveling team physicians to include team physicians from outside the United States and increases the length of time they can treat their players in the Commonwealth.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 202, the nays are 1. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will return the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader, calls up House Bill 721, printer's number 1330, page 2 of supplemental calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill strengthens the Construction Workplace Misclassification Act by defining terms, updating procedures, and modernizing existing laws.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentleman from Lackawanna County, Representative Donahue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This legislation, House Bill 721, strengthens and improves Pennsylvania's Construction Workplace Misclassification Act to combat worker misclassification. Employees who are misclassified as independent contractors are robbed of important workplace benefits and protections, including unemployment and workers' compensation. The Joint Task Force on Misclassification of Employees, established by Act 85 of 2020, was explicitly charged with investigating the practice of employee misclassification occurring within the Commonwealth. According to the task force, in 2021, nearly 11,000 misclassified employees across the Commonwealth suffered injury or illness at work, but were denied workers' compensation. Additionally, $91 million in revenue was lost to the Unemployment Compensation Trust Fund due to worker misclassification. House Bill 721 strengthens our existing laws by implementing several of the unanimous recommendations made by the task force. This bill increases penalties on contractors who misclassify employees, empowers the Attorney General to investigate and prosecute worker misclassification, and provides misclassified employees with an avenue to pursue justice. This bill will prevent the continued exploitation of Pennsylvanians through misclassification and strengthen our protections for workers in Pennsylvania's construction industry. With tariff wars raging and the price of daily living going up every day, the last thing Pennsylvania workers should be worried about is getting robbed of their wages. I ask all members for an affirmative vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the maker of the bill. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. Yeas are 113, nays are 90. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will return the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader, calls up House Bill 1030, printers number 1105, page 4, supplemental calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill designates Hershey Kisses as the official state candy of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
This bill's been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, chair recognizes the maker of the bill, gentleman from Dauphin, Representative Mahaffey.
Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to speak on this bill. And thank you to my colleagues from Bucks County for being co-primes on House Bill 1030. This little piece of chocolate holds a big story. It is a story of manufacturing innovation dating to the early 1900s and continuing today. The Hershey Company, just months ago, opened another chocolate processing facility that adds 125 jobs to the community I represent. The Hershey Kiss is also a story about philanthropy. Milton and Catherine Hershey supported a number of causes, the most prominent of which is the Milton Hershey School, continues to serve 2,000 disadvantaged youth. The Hershey signed over 486 acres and established a trust with $6 million in seed money to the school. All of that came from this piece of chocolate. House Bill 1030 would name Hershey Kisses the state candy based on their continued production in Pennsylvania. 70 million Hershey Kisses are made every day with local milk, recognized worldwide, and played a role forming Hershey, which is a blustering community for locals and tourists. This is a big story. Bucks County students in the 8th grade civics class wrote this bill. Today they are high school seniors. That is how long these kids have been advocating for the Hershey Kisses to become a state symbol. The unfortunate lesson these students have learned is in Harrisburg, there is gridlock and things happen slowly. What I want them to take away from this is hard work, perseverance leads to the right thing eventually being done. Please help me with these young ladies learn that this very lesson by lending your support to making the Hershey Kisses the state candy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the maker of the bill. On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Dauphin, Representative Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to commend the maker of the bill. And as a member who was born in Hershey, Pennsylvania, I will be an affirmative vote, and I ask my members to vote yes as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 150, the nays are 53. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will return the same to the Senate for concurrence. Chair recognizes Majority Leader, calls up House Bill 1263, printers number 1623, page 1 of supplemental calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides for Keystone Saves.
This bill's been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the bill, gentleman from Lackawanna, Representative Mullins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank, first and foremost, Representative Conklin, Chairman Conklin and his staff for their hard work on Keystone Saves, as well as Representative Pat Gallagher, who's been in this battle with me. I know there's much disagreement over this bill, but what we must agree on is there is a looming retirement crisis. We should agree that you shouldn't have to work until you die. You should know that there will come a time when you could take off those work shoes or boots or heels or sneakers or whatever and put your feet up for a well-earned break. Roughly 44% of working Pennsylvanians have no access to any kind of retirement plan. That's nearly 2 million Pennsylvania workers. By 2035, Pennsylvania is looking at a cost of $17.8 billion that we will need to find in our budget for safety net programs if we don't address our retirement crisis. Also, younger workers want portability, as they are likely to move from job to job throughout their careers. And younger workers understandably have fears that Social Security will not be there for them. This bill simply increases access to a retirement security so that workers can control their own retirement. I understand there's some concerns among the private sector and from my colleagues and friends on the other side of the aisle, which I still can't understand. This bill encompasses personal responsibility, shifting risk off of employers and taxpayers, getting government out of the way, letting the private market do what it does best, and reducing reliance on safety net programs. We hear things like it's a burden, it's a mandate on businesses and employees. The truth of the matter is this comes at no cost to the employer. It is simply a payroll deduction that the employer would have to make, and employees can opt out. A more stark realization is that the only mandate will come in the price tag of $17.8 billion that we will need to fund, and that will be a mandate on us when these workers rely on social safety net programs instead of a retirement security. For those reasons and more, I ask for an affirmative vote on House Bill 1263. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the maker of the bill. On that question, Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Westmoreland, Representative Rossi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While the intentions behind this legislation may be well-meaning, the reality is that it represents an unwarranted intrusion of government into the private sector and puts an unnecessary burden on small businesses. Under this bill, the Treasury would establish and administer a state-run retirement savings program requiring employers to automatically enroll their employees and deduct contributions from their paychecks. This not only infringes on the freedoms of businesses to make their own decisions, but it also imposes significant administration and compliance costs on the employers, particularly small businesses. This program would also create yet another government program, complete with an advisory board and two separate funds, adding layers of complexity and potential for mismanagement. Instead of empowering individuals to take control of their financial future, this bill would entangle them in a state-run system. Furthermore, the investment option and policies dictated by the Treasury may not align with the diverse needs and risk tolerance of individuals savers, and we know that one size fits all rarely works. This legislation represents an overreach of government and puts an unnecessary burden on the small business owners, and I urge my colleagues to vote no on House Bill 1263. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On final passage of the bill, the ayes are 102, the nays are 101. Majority required by the Constitution. Having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will return the same to the Senate for concurrence. Colleagues, this afternoon, a constituent is here advocating, a constituent of the chair, for the Alzheimer's Association. We are so grateful to have seated to the left of the speaker's rostrum a good friend of the chair and a good friend of the gentlelady from Montgomery County, I understand, our former employee, Elder Shirley Dash. Thank you for being back on the floor. Thank you for being up here with the Alzheimer's Association. And thank you for keeping the legacy of your mother alive. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader, calls up House Bill 500, printers number 1652, page 1. Today's House calendar. Clerk will read the summary of the bill.
This bill updates the Pennsylvania Economic Development for a Growing Economy tax credit package.
Will the House agree to the bill? Chair rules the following amendment out of order for violating House Rule 27A00672. Chair rules the following amendments out of order for violating House Rule 20A00686, A00700. Representative Matzey offers Amendment A00691. Will the House agree to the amendment on that question? The chair recognizes the gentleman from Beaver, Representative Matzey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My amendment, Amendment A00691, clarifies that a project facility may either use or purchase clean hydrogen for use in manufacturing, aviation fuel production, heat and energy generation, or transportation and logistics at the project facility from sources within the Commonwealth. In the underlying bill, only the purchase of clean hydrogen is included. It also corrects a word, Fisher drops, to Fisher Trops, T-R-O-P-S-C-H. I ask for an affirmative vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the maker of the amendment on that question. Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 203, the nays are 0. The amendment is adopted. Representative Hill Evans offers A00706. Will the House agree to the amendment on that question? Chair recognizes the gentlelady from York, Representative Hill Evans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me start by thanking the bipartisan efforts of my colleagues, especially Representative Mike Jones. Additionally, our former colleague, Representative Mike Sturla. He went on to write an insightful op-ed on this issue, which I encourage everyone to read. I also co-signed a letter with Congressman Lloyd Smucker, multiple Democrat and Republican legislators, and York and Lancaster County commissioners who all oppose this project. The issue here is that this particular project will flood hundreds of acres of farmland and forest land, land that we are striving very hard to protect. The landscape of the lower Susquehanna River Gorge has been recognized by both this Commonwealth and the federal government as a landscape worthy of protection and investment. However, this beautiful and historic area is threatened with being destroyed by this hydroelectric plant. So, Madam Speaker, my amendment would prohibit a pumped storage hydropower facility that uses a change in elevation as a means of hydroelectric energy storage and has been granted a preliminary permit by FERC, Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, prior to the effective date. Madam Speaker, this is an agreed to amendment, and I ask all of my colleagues for an affirmative vote. Thank you.
Chair thanks the maker of the amendment. Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 203. The nays are 0. The amendment's adopted. Representative Samuelson offers Amendment A00708. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Northampton, Representative Samuelson.
Thank you. I rise to speak on Amendment 708. We had a hearing on this bill 2 weeks ago and voted in the Finance Committee last week. This amendment includes several changes, many of them technical. It also includes a couple of other provisions on the Reliable Energy Tax Credit. It lowers the minimum capital investment from $50 million to $25 million. On the Reliable Energy Tax Credit, it makes clear that the $100 million maximum is the total allowed per project, not an annual total. And also, I appreciate working with my colleagues on the committee. We've added some language. We are trying to add some language to the milk processing tax credit to say that facilities that are being constructed, expanded, or renovated would qualify, not just constructed as is in the original bill. Those are the provisions of Amendment A708, and I ask for an affirmative vote.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 102, the nays are 101. The amendment's adopted. Representative Stender offers A00709. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the amendment, the gentleman from Northumberland, Representative Stender.
Thank you. Amendment A709 would make some common changes to the dairy processing section of House Bill 500. These changes will help small and medium level processors, and more importantly, this amendment change also would change how the unit in which the milk is being processed and measured. For this program, while we as consumers purchase milk by the gallons, producers sell and process by the hundredweight. So I ask for your support on this amendment.
Chair thanks the maker of the amendment. On that question, chair recognizes the gentleman, Representative Samuelson, Majority Chair of Finance.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to work with the gentleman, and this is an agreed to amendment.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 203, the nays are 0. The amendment is adopted. Representative Stender also has a 00636. Will the House read the amendment? Chair recognizes Representative Stender.
Amendment 00636 would make the changes necessary to help our true small and medium level processors to be able to actually utilize this program by lessening the fiscal and administrative hurdles that currently exist in this bill. I would ask for your support on this.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes Representative Samuelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Some of the provisions of this amendment were in Amendment 709, which just passed the House unanimously. The other provisions are not agreed to. I would ask for a negative vote.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 101, the nays are 102. The amendment fails. Representative Kephart offers a 00654. Will the House agree to the amendment? Chair recognizes the gentleman from Clearfield, Representative Kephart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my amendment adds a 5-year tax credit performance audit and review of all the programs within this tax credit. It requires the Independent Fiscal Office to conduct a performance audit of each tax credit that is part of this overall bill. The audit needs to be formed every 5 years, and a report is to be given to the General Assembly. The audit uses performance-based budgeting standards. After receiving the report, we'll have 60 days to hold a public hearing, and an agency cannot award any tax credit starting the year after a report is issued unless the tax credit is extended by the General Assembly. So, Madam Speaker, I ask for an affirmative vote.
Chair thanks the maker of the amendment. Chair recognizes Representative Samuelson.
Thank you. I appreciate the gentleman's intent. I would like to point out this amendment calls for a report by the Independent Fiscal Office. If you look at the legislation, we already require reports in the EDGE tax credit bill on page 23, page 40, page 56, and page 64. And there are also reports required in 2 different sections of the Tax Reform Code. So there are a lot of reports required in this proposal. The one other provision the gentleman mentioned is this amendment provides an automatic sunset of the provisions of this EDGE tax proposal. So if we're talking about economic development for a growing economy and you arbitrarily sunset all the provisions, that is not a wise move for the future of our Commonwealth, and I urge a no vote on Amendment 654.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. For the second time, the chair recognizes Representative Kephart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to point out that this is an actual evaluation, not just a report. But additionally, if these are wise ideas that, the bill won't sunset if the legislature reauthorizes these programs. So all it does is require us to come back, vote on them again. We're here all the time. We're a full-time legislature. We can take votes again if they're so good. So that's all this amendment would do, is allow further oversight instead of just letting it in perpetuity continue on if they're such a good program. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 101 and the nays are 102. The amendment fails. Representative O'Neill offers Amendment A00680. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So just last December, in a letter to his stakeholders, the PJM chair, Mark Takahashi, said, and I quote, "As PJM has been warning for some time now, our region is experiencing a combination of trends that are rapidly tightening the supply-demand balance on our systems. These trends include retirement of thermal generators at a rapid pace due to policy and economic pressures." Stephen Bennett, also of PJM, went on to say, "Policies need to continually be crafted in a manner that ensure that the reliability and affordability of the grid can be maintained and enhanced as we transition to a cleaner and greener generation fleet." Madam Speaker, I actually agree with His Excellency the Governor that these issues within this bill are issues that we need to discuss. Unfortunately, House Bill 500 does not actually do that. The Governor himself has been quoted as saying Pennsylvania is falling behind in the race to create clean and reliable energy. And we must take action to be more competitive, ensure our consumers pay less for their electricity bills, and create more jobs and opportunities for our businesses to grow and our workers to get ahead. The Governor continues, "From the very beginning, I have made it clear that any energy policy supported by my administration must meet a three-part test of protecting and creating energy jobs, taking real action to address climate change, pollution, and ensuring reliable, affordable power for consumers in the long term." Again, unfortunately, House Bill 500 does not include the only energy source under the definition of reliable energy that actually accomplishes the Governor's three-part test, and that's natural gas. It's the only one who does it. And my amendment simply makes sure that the Governor's perspective of all energy sources qualify for this important tax credit. I'd encourage you all to support Amendment 680 to House Bill 500 and support the Governor's approach to energy generation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. The chair now recognizes Representative Samuelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The gentleman from Washington just quoted Governor Shapiro talking about the need for clean and reliable energy, in this Commonwealth. And we have before us the EDGE tax proposal, which is focused on clean and reliable energy. I encourage you to call up on your computer the O'Neill Amendment. It's a one-page amendment. It's very straightforward. The bill 6 times refers to the words clean energy. All 6 times, Representative O'Neill takes out the word clean. That is fascinating, that in a bill that's supposed to be promoting clean and reliable energy, where he quotes Governor Shapiro talking about clean energy, he wants nothing to do with clean energy. Also, if you look further, he's taking out the verification that projects that are funded by these tax credits would have to meet emission standards in Pennsylvania. I urge a no vote on the O'Neill Amendment.
The chair thanks the gentleman. The chair now recognizes Representative O'Neill for the second time.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative, the good gentleman is correct that my amendment eliminates the word clean in the underlying bill. Because the fact of the matter is, Pennsylvania is leading the nation in the reduction of greenhouse gases without mandates, without the word clean, and there's only one reason why that fact is true, and that is because of clean burning natural gas that is abundant underneath our feet all across this Commonwealth. But Representative, the good gentleman is also admitting and conflating the word clean and the word reliable. Because without including clean burning natural gas, the fact of the matter is there aren't any other resources that actually meet that definition of reliable. As a matter of fact, the United States Department of Energy defines energy reliability as the ability of a power system to consistently deliver power, even in the face of instability, uncontrolled events, cascading failures, and unanticipated loss of system components. Now, you don't have to rely on my word for it. You can rely on PJM, our actual grid, or you can rely on their regulators, FERC or Reliability First. In their definition of reliability, the fact of the matter is, under this bill, there is no energy source that meets the definition of both clean and reliable. So it's simple. We really have a simple choice. We can make this provision of the PA EDGE something that advances electricity generation all across this Commonwealth, or we could virtue signal from the House floor. It's as simple as that. I urge an affirmative vote.
The chair thanks the gentleman. The chair now recognizes Representative Samuelson for the second time.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, the focus of the EDGE tax credit bill is to promote economic development, to create jobs all across Pennsylvania, and to make Pennsylvania a leader in clean energy now and in the future. We should not remove the reference to clean energy. I urge a no vote on the O'Neill Amendment. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 101 and the nays are 102. The amendment fails. Representative O'Neill offers amendment A00683. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, a proposal included in House Bill 500, it just simply will not work. Here's the reality. The reality is under House Bill 500, under the section regarding hydrogen hubs and hydrogen fuel sources, it also admits clean burning natural gas. But the reality is, and again, according to our own Department of Energy, as quoted in 2023, 95% of the hydrogen produced in the United States comes from an energy-intensive process of splitting natural gas with very high-temperature steam. The fact of the matter is, we should not include the provision on hydrogen underneath this bill without including natural gas. It simply will not work. I ask for an affirmative vote.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Thanks the gentleman. Now the chair recognizes Representative Samuelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Here we go again. This amendment amends a different section of the bill, the hydrogen hub section of the legislation, to change the words clean hydrogen to any hydrogen. Once again, trying to remove the reference to clean energy. This is not and also exempting projects from emission standards. This is not an agreed to amendment. I urge a negative vote, respectfully.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will now proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 101 and the nays are 102. The amendment fails. Representative Shalaba offers Amendment A00693. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Shalaba.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, as we look to position Pennsylvania for long-term success, economic success, energy dominance, job security, it is critical that we act swiftly and intelligently to incentivize development and deployment of artificial intelligence. As the chair of the AI Opportunity Task Force, I recognize that our neighboring states are already moving aggressively to claim a share of this transformative industry. In July of 2024, New Jersey enacted the Next New Jersey program, offering up to $250 million in tax credits to AI companies that invest $100 million and create at least 100 full-time jobs. Virginia, too, has expanded its R&D tax credits, nearly doubling its annual cap to spur greater innovation and attract forward-thinking businesses. Pennsylvania cannot afford to fall behind. Without competitive tools of our own, we risk watching high-growth AI companies and the high-paying jobs they generate relocate to states that offer more attractive environments for innovation. This is not a future that we can or should accept. The global AI industry is projected to contribute $15.7 trillion to the economy by 2030. If we want Pennsylvania to claim our fair share, we must act now. Tax incentives targeted at AI development will help us retain and attract top talent, particularly in innovation hubs like Western Pennsylvania, and ensure that we remain competitive. States that lead in AI will lead in job creation, economic resilience, energy security, national security, and global relevance. Please help me ensure that Pennsylvania is one of them. I urge your affirmative vote.
The chair thanks the gentlelady. The chair now recognizes Representative Samuelson.
Thank you. I appreciate the intent of the representative from Butler County. This proposal, while interesting, is not something the Finance Committee has taken a look at. We had a hearing on this very bill just 2 weeks ago, and we did not discuss artificial intelligence. So I believe this may be a topic for another day, but for today's bill, this is not an agreed-to amendment. I ask for a negative vote.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 101 and the nays are 102. The amendment fails. Representative Lawrence offers Amendment A 00716. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Amendment A716 proposes a transformational approach to agriculture in Pennsylvania with 3 separate initiatives. This amendment adds the Keystone Opportunity Zone for Dairy Processing Initiative, a proposal that passed this chamber twice unanimously and would unleash tremendous opportunity for new dairy processing capacity for our Pennsylvania dairy farmers. This amendment also contains 2 other initiatives. First, existing tax credits would expand towards the construction of digesters on family farms. Nutrition runoff from farm fields is an issue that we've heard a lot about in this building, especially when it comes to the health of the Chesapeake Bay. Digesters are a proven method to address this environmental issue. This amendment also, for the first time, offers incentives for farmers to mitigate hydrogen sulfide emissions, which is a significant issue in parts of Chester County. The good gentleman noted this bill and the UDGE tax credit in general seeks to do 3 things: create economic development in the Commonwealth, create jobs in the Commonwealth, and provide for clean energy. This amendment accomplishes all 3 of those goals, and I would encourage an affirmative vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The chair now recognizes Representative Samuelson.
Thank you. Appreciate the gentleman from Chester's effort here. I believe this is a 20-page amendment which combines 3 different pieces of legislation into this bill: a rewrite of the entire milk processing tax credit, a change to the resource enhancement and protection tax credit, several different topics which were not considered by the Finance Committee and not discussed by members of either party in the Finance Committee just 2 weeks ago when we had our public hearing. This is not an agreed-to amendment. I ask for a negative vote. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentleman. The chair now recognizes Representative Lawrence for the second time.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from the good gentleman. Respectfully, the amendment that I've put forward does rewrite the milk tax credit. It rewrites it because, to be very candid, the provision that's included in the underlying bill is itself a failed milk processing tax credit that was enacted a few years ago that was so flawed that it was never utilized. It was an attempt to attract a major player in the dairy industry to Pennsylvania, but it was not competitive, it was not workable, and the opportunity that we were attempting to attract to Pennsylvania instead went to New York. The truth is, New York State is eating our lunch when it comes to attracting new dairy processing. And I know some people might be sick of hearing me talk about milk, but the truth is milk is big business, and this state and our farmers have been losing out year after year after year. We've lost thousands of jobs and hundreds of millions of dollars worth of dairy processing investments and the associated tax revenue to surrounding states. Fairlife is building a $650 million processing facility in Rochester, New York, as we speak. And just a few weeks ago, Chobani announced a new $1.2 billion yogurt plant also in New York State, on top of their already substantial investments in New York. Now, Pennsylvania missed out on these opportunities. Keep in mind this underlying tax credit that we're voting in the underlying bill is already available in Pennsylvania, and they overlooked that and instead went to New York. We've missed out on these opportunities to benefit our dairy farmers. Amendment A716 provides a real opportunity for Pennsylvania to get in the game for these types of opportunities based on the very successful Keystone Opportunity Zone program. The amendment also provides small family farmers the opportunity to take advantage of tax credits to expand their operations as well. And as I mentioned just a moment ago, this bill also improves environmental outcomes for the Chesapeake Bay with the construction of new digesters and addresses long-standing quality of life issues by addressing hydrogen sulfide emissions at certain agricultural operations. I encourage an affirmative vote.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 101, the nays are 102. The amendment fails. It's the chair's understanding that all remaining amendments have been withdrawn. The chair thanks the gentleman. Will the House agree to a bill? Agree to. The bill as amended will be reprinted. The chair will refer to the following bills, which the clerk will read.
Referrals, May 13, 2025. House Resolution 237 to Intergovernmental Affairs and Operations. House Bill 1455 to Liquor Control.
The chair is in receipt of the following extract from the Journal of the Senate, which the clerk will read.
The Clerk of the Senate being introduced presented the following extract from the Journal of the Senate, which was read as follows. In the Senate, Tuesday, May 13th, resolved the House of Representatives concurring pursuant to Article 2, Section 14 of the Pennsylvania Constitution, that when the Senate recesses this week, it reconvene the week of Monday, June 2nd, 2025, unless sooner recalled by the President Pro Tem. And be it further resolved, pursuant to Article 2, Section 14 of the Pennsylvania Constitution, that when the House of Representatives recesses this week, it reconvene the week of Monday, June 2nd, 2025, unless sooner recalled by the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Ordered that the clerk present the same to the House of Representatives for its concurrence.
Will the House concur in the resolution of the Senate? Those in favor of the resolution will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is concurred in. The clerk will inform the Senate accordingly. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader, who calls up House Bill 1396. Speaker McClinton, printer's number 1688 on page 3 of the supplemental calendar A. Will the House agree to the bill? Agree to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides for a Voting Rights Protection Act.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Bonner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Bill 1396 is a major step in solidifying no excuse mail-in voting as part of the fabric of our election system in Pennsylvania. Among other reforms, it establishes a permanent mail-in ballot list, and those on the list will receive a mail-in ballot at every election in perpetuity. It establishes mandatory drop-box locations throughout the counties starting 30 days before an election. It removes the requirement that mail ballots have a date or a secrecy envelope containing the ballot. Counties must issue all mail-in ballots with prepaid postage. And it expands the list of people who can return a mail-in ballot on behalf of a voter. As I mentioned in a floor speech last week, every legislator has a duty to determine the constitutionality of a statute every time we cast a vote. It is part of the oath of office we take in the performance of our duties. And it is the first consideration that I have every time I cast a vote in this great chamber. It is our right, even independent of what the courts may decide as to what is constitutional or not. We have every right to make that determination on our own behalf. House Bill 1396 is unconstitutional because it is a constituent part of, supports, and strengthens no excuse mail-in voting, which in my judgment violates Article 7, Section 1, which requires in-person voting. It violates Article 7, Section 4, which requires secrecy in voting. And it violates Article 7, Section 14, which only allows absentee voting from a polling place when someone cannot vote in person due to work obligations, illness, religious holidays, or election day duties. In 2021, I, along with 13 of my House colleagues, past and present, filed a prospective constitutional challenge to Act 77, which was passed on October 31, 2019. And on January 28, 2022, the Pennsylvania Commonwealth Court declared Act 77, creating no excuse mail-in voting, to be unconstitutional. That lawsuit did not seek to reverse any prior election. It was prospective only for elections going forward in 2022 and thereafter. Although the Commonwealth Court decision was overturned by the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, I believe that the reasoning and the opinion of the Commonwealth Court is much more thorough, much more researched, and supports my belief that as a legislator, Act 77 and therefore House Bill 1396 is unconstitutional. In their opinion, the Commonwealth Court noted that every single allowance for mail-in voting prior to the adoption of Act 77 had the approval of the people through the constitutional amendment and referendum procedure. For example, in 1862, the General Assembly passed a statute, and it said that our Union soldiers fighting in other states had the right to vote by mail. What more of an honorable purpose could legislation accomplish? But the Pennsylvania Supreme Court said, no, this cannot occur. The only way that you can allow people to vote by mail is through a constitutional provision approved by the people. And this did occur in 1864. In 1923, the General Assembly passes another piece of legislation. And in 1923, it says that if someone is out of the area due to work responsibilities, they can vote by mail. The Pennsylvania Supreme Court said, General Assembly, didn't you hear us in 1864? We said the only way that you can expand mail-in voting is through the approval of the people by a referendum. The court in these cases was particularly concerned with Article 7, Section 4, which states that secrecy in voting must be preserved. When a ballot is mailed out to a voter, there are no safeguards in law that secrecy in voting will be preserved. We're not sure who is influencing that vote once it is mailed out to the voter. Who in the household or who on the street may be influencing that vote. That is why the Pennsylvania courts have said the only way you can expand mail-in voting and allow for a violation of secrecy in voting is by the approval of the people in a referendum. It is up to the people then to determine how much they will yield on the issue of secrecy in the voting process. This is why the General Assembly cannot simply pass a statute to expand mail-in voting. It can only be done with the approval of the people, with the people determining what type of election system that the people want in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Act 77 then, no excuse mail-in voting, the largest expansion of mail-in voting in the history of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, was never approved by the people. Prior to the Supreme Court's decision then, reversing the Commonwealth Court on Act 77, the court had been clear for over a century. Everyone must vote at their polling place unless the people have approved a constitutional amendment allowing for mail-in voting under certain circumstances. This requirement then was in place from 1864 until 2022, when the Supreme Court for the first time said, oh, the General Assembly, just by passing a statute, can expand mail-in voting. The largest expansion of mail-in voting in the history of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, disregarding a century and a half of prior precedent. What is truly interesting about this entire process is that the General Assembly knew in 2019, when they were passing Act 77, that the approval of the people was required. Little known fact, in 2019, Senate Bill 413 was passed by the General Assembly, by the Senate and the House, calling for a constitutional approval of no excuse mail-in voting. Senate Bill 413, which said the people have to approve this process, was then filed with the Secretary of the Commonwealth on April 29, 2020. But no further action was taken. Instead, the General Assembly abandoned the historic constitutional process of expanding mail-in voting and said, you know, this time, despite the warnings on prior occasions, this time we'll do it again just by ourselves. just with a statute. Forget the people. Forget those whose election system it serves. Despite the warnings of the Pennsylvania Supreme Court on prior occasions, only the people can approve an expansion of mail-in voting. In my judgment, Act 77, which greatly expanded no excuse mail-in voting, and which is the foundation of this House bill, is unconstitutional. And therefore, this House bill is unconstitutional. Only the people of the Commonwealth can lawfully permit the expansion of mail-in voting. We need to give back to the people the right to determine what type of election system they want, not the type that we want and will impose upon them. You might think that the people now at this point will simply approve no excuse mail-in voting. Not so fast, my friends. The people of New York were given this same right just several years ago. They had a similar system that we now have. And you know what the people of New York decided? They said they want people to come to the polls on Election Day. And they only want the exceptions where you have a legitimate excuse to avoid coming to the polls to govern their elections. They rejected by a vote no excuse mail-in voting. And I would suggest to you that if we would return to the rulings of the Pennsylvania Supreme Court for centuries, to give to the people the right to decide what type of election system the people want, they may well make a similar decision. I would ask then that with today's vote on this bill, you send the signal that we are going to give back to the people of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania the right to choose what type of election system that they want. From you, our people could ask no more, and from you, our Constitution can demand no less. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Prior to recognizing the prime sponsor and Speaker of the House, the chair requires whether any other members would like to speak on the bill. Please push the button. The House will come to order. Members will take their seats and clear the aisles. The House will come to order. Please take your seats and clear the aisles. On the question, the chair recognizes the Speaker of the House.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon, colleagues. House Bill 1396 is a common sense measure to improve the way Pennsylvania conducts our elections. It helps our local, county election officials in the administration of elections by allowing, finally, for pre-canvassing, providing clarity and uniformity around mail ballot and provisional ballot curing, and it adjusts the timeline for requesting a mail-in ballot. It also helps Pennsylvania's eligible voters by accounting for changes and how they prefer to choose to cast their ballots by establishing secure and convenient options like early voting,
increased access to ballot drop boxes, and providing prepaid postage for mail-in and absentee ballots. As the birthplace of our great nation and democracy in America, Pennsylvania should continue to be a bellwether for voter access. House Bill 1396 responds to the needs of our most essential election stakeholders and would make all of our elections free, fair, efficient, uniform, safe, and secure. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the Speaker. Agreeable to the visions of the Constitution, the ayes and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote on the final passage of the bill. The ayes are 102 and the nays are 101. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence.
Majority Leader moves that the following bills be recommitted to the Committee on Appropriations: House Bill 359, House Bill 393, House Bill 500, House Bill 561, House Bill 646, House Bill 865. Majority Leader moves that the following bills be removed from the tabled calendar and be placed on the active calendar: House Bill 242, House Bill 462, House Bill 464, House Bill 960, House Bill 1058, House Bill 1072, House Bill 1261. For the information of the members, there will be no further votes. Chair is in receipt of a motion from the gentleman from Allegheny, Representative Vinkit, that the House now adjourn until Wednesday, May the 14th, 2025 at 11 a.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker. Questions on the motion? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the House stands adjourned until Wednesday, May the 14th, 2025 at 11 a.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker.